Can you feel it in the air? Can you smell it? Nerds, Battle Brothers, it's time. It's been a hot minute. I was out of town for the weekend, but I'm back. And I'm ready to play some Battle Brothers. So I'm going to take a moment here to reacquaint myself with the squad, with what we're doing, where we're at, where we're going. We'll take a look at each bro in turn super quick, and I think that'll help me figure out where we're at, what we need, what we want to do. First up, we got Nixlarfs, one of our starting Oathtakers. Giga Chad. We would like to get him Hyena Pelt attachment. I think that would be absolutely delicious. But he's looking pretty good. He's definitely going to be a good fencer. And if you're unfamiliar with what I mean by fencer, just watch the first video of the series and it'll make sense. He's not a fencer. He is using a sword of sorts though. Up next we got Mortimer Drock, who's just going to be a regular old fatigue neutral. We've got a very neutral start. We'll have to figure out a weapon mastery for him, probably sooner rather than later because of his low fatigue, given his essentially maxed out fatigue requirement armor, even if it's not as good as what we'll eventually get. Eagledub, another fencer. And we've got a weapon that will probably be destined for a different bro, but he's looking good for now. Gonna be low on melee defense. You know, this is gonna be okay though, because we're gonna have some fatigue neutrals in the front. So he shouldn't take too much melee contact too often. Hello, Xerxes. How's it going? Xerxes? Probably closer to that pronunciation. I don't know. Up next we got Corvus Korak, another fencer. Same sort of deal, pretty much the same, yeah, literally the exact same state as Corvus Korak, only Corvus Korak doesn't have Nimble yet. Jakuba, our tempo tank. We're gonna need to pick up another tank or two. I think that's probably gonna be what we do this particular run. Unless we are unable to find one and we can make a spear bro as per the kind of description of the builds in the onset. If we don't find that, that's fine. I guess we'll save that build for next run. Remind that you still have dibs on the next ranged bro that stays. Noted. And do you want it named Xerxes? Or do you want a different name? We do have space for one. We're kind of going through the bros right now, but yeah, happy to name one. Okay, good. Then it shall be. Manfred here, who's a tempo build ready to be replaced. A Zergling of sorts. Same thing with Einar, so why don't I just go ahead and give him the title. We can give a title to everyone. They do all have one, right? Yeah. Blackfire, a godly fatigue neutral. We'll figure out what we want to get him for weapons. Final Overdrive, an initiative gunner. Pretty happy with this. We're probably going to give him a backup polearm and not really bother with throwing weapons, at least this run. The Chaucer, our god tier banner. He's going to be sort of a melee banner, nothing too exciting. Bijante 2.0, fatigue neutral, and Hilmar, a tempo build. So I think what we are looking for is 1 or 2 tanks and 1 or 2 damage builds of some form. Ranged bros would be ideal, at least 1. And that's kind of what we're looking for. So here in Fuchsburg, we must have just arrived here at the end of last stream. I'm trying to think, did I come from the north or did I come from the south? I think I came from the north because I let Bijante 1.0 die. Headed down to Himmelstadt. Sold stuff that, yeah, okay. This is coming back to me now. So, we've got money. We want to recruit a few new bros. What I might do... Day 43 is kind of a tough time to want to spend in the south intentionally. But I'm probably going to anyway. We can stop by Tarwa. Is there anything we need to craft from the taxidermist? We can craft a serpent skin attachment, which we could throw on just like one of these male hauberks. Which would be fine. And then we can hit up City of Golden Sands, possibly. Might still be slightly out of range for us, but I think it'll probably be fine. Kind of depends on what all spawn there. It'll suck that they have dodge, but we'll deal with it. And then we can sort of check out these areas of the desert. We can look for the library and then hit up Granite Fest and Gelbstadt looking for maybe contracts to do in Gelbstadt, but also new bros to recruit. We do have our Oath of Wrath with only 2 days remaining. So plus 15% chance to hit when using two-handed or double-gripped melee weapons. Well, that'll make up for the dodge that these nomads will have. So, you know. Anyway, we're going to gain extra renown for slaying additional foes, which is kind of nice. And what's our situation with followers? Yeah, we still got the drill sergeant and the scout. Once we've got a good sort of quorum of nimble bros, once we've got maybe 8 or so, maybe more, maybe around that many, we can look at replacing the drill sergeant for a different follower. Lookout's pretty good. Could even grab recruiter. Nah, probably won't bother. Okay, so real quick, I guess I can do this super simple contract to just take out some briggies and buy some cheaper tools from Fuchsburg. Those are not the footprints we meant to follow, but we can take out some outlaws and an archer super quickly like. Oh, I need to reposition the squad. Jakuba is off by 1. I didn't really notice that. So the archer is always going to shoot into the clump, but the clump doesn't have the kite shield sitting out front like we would like it. Alright, so now we've got our bros with impatient. So we'll go ahead and push them forward. Nomads in the latter half of the round are almost certainly not going to bother moving to attack. It's sort of a quirk. So this guy's got turn done, so we can move within range of him now. Should have moved Final Overdrive, but I accidentally passed his turn. Just taking them out one by one. Alright. Yeah, I had a lovely weekend visiting family and such. Glad to be back, ready to play some Battle Brothers. Was hoping to start my stream slightly earlier today, but had a work happy hour, walked the dogs, made sure to get all my, you know, T's crossed, my I's dotted, so that I could get some Battle Brothers rolling. Why is this perk unassigned? That's curious. That is how we left him. Oh, I was thinking about taking bags and belts because I was going to replace him. Is that far enough away that I say, who cares about the 2 extra? Previous Slurgy. Questionable. Just give him something that works for now. We'll give him Polearm Mastery. He's got a polearm at the moment. He'll keep it equipped for a while. It'll be fine. It'll give him a little extra utility on the battlefield, being able to move 2 hexes and still attack. I'm sure I kept it unassigned because I was waiting to, you know, take bags and belts, maybe. Since I was probably just going to leave him sitting in reserves. Also, I need to move Jakuba in place of Corvus Korak. Alright, we've got a spot to shoot right now, which looks pretty good. Shooting into a lot of shields, so got some misses, but that's okay. Okay. Blast him. So if I could manage to move 2 more hexes, I could hit 3 in 1, but ooh. Little Zergling's getting flavor blasted there. Okay. There's Polearm Mastery already coming in handy. The very next fight. Wow. Manfred tried to maybe bail him out. He's just a Zergling we're happy to throw to the meat grinder, but still tried to keep him alive there. Oh well. All the more reason to find a replacement even sooner. Hey, he's coming back with a broken knee. Let's return it here. Think I don't want my reputation to fall substantially below neutral. Feels like, you know, we're Oathtakers. It's the right thing to keep it high so we don't get that nasty event. And Eagledub here has finally hit Nimble. Nice +3 in melee defense. We can probably get away with skipping +1s in either melee skill or melee defense. Opportunistically, I think this is a fine place to skip one. So let's go ahead and grab initiative. I maybe could be convinced that I should get resolve instead of hit points here. I think that's okay. 43 is still a little low. So I think let's pump that up. I like that. And then we'll give him some nimble armor. We can give him these 2 pieces, which should serve him pretty well. So we've got the basic mail shirt and Nomad Light helmet, putting us at exactly 40% nimble ratio at -15 fatigue. Pull Manfred out just for the moment so that we can let him at least recover slightly. This really doesn't hurt him at all. He had pretty terrible melee defense from the get-go, so Manfred is going to come back basically just as good as if he didn't have that injury. And I think we're unfortunately going to return at night. Probably. No, we got there before nighttime occurred. So we'll go and buy these somewhat cheap tools. We'll buy some ground grains and move on. So we could head down to Tarwa, hit up City of Golden Sands, go to Granite Fest, and then Gelbstadt. Alternatively, I could skip Tarwa entirely. Do you know whether dropping an item guarantees you to get it back after the battle? I think it's guaranteed. I'm pretty sure. So I think in one of the battles early in this run, I dropped a bunch of items. There was one battle where I dropped 2 items to replace them with knives. I think it was the banner and something else. I can't recall exactly, but they came back as I expected them to. Hey, RRB03. But yeah, there could be situations where dropping an item might not come back, where if there's a corpse sitting there, there's some sort of corpse bug that exists that I don't worry myself with. But there are some weird conditions where you could potentially hit that. Maybe not, because that might be just fresh items dropped. Yeah, I think if you drop items on the ground, they're like guaranteed to be retrievable. I feel like that's probably true. But there could be conditions like if you drop it on a hex and then an enemy occupies that hex and then you slay that enemy on that hex and they've got both of those slots filled, maybe the item you dropped gets replaced. It's pretty narrow and unlikely to happen, but maybe that's possible. I'm not sure. All right, well, let's head down to Tarwa. If nothing else, you know, if they've got cheap trade goods for sale, we should be able to get a decent price for those if we sell them at Granite Fest or Gelbstadt. So that's kind of a nice way of just getting a little bit of extra money just for moving around the map. You'll have to try some dropping tomfoolery then. Let me know what you find out. I'd be curious, some of those like weird conditions I just described, what happens. If you do that testing, let me know if you would be so kind. Hey, Wolf of Shulva and Raiders, hello, hello. All right, we got a caravan up to Himmelstadt. I think we'll probably not take that because we want to go another direction as previously discussed. Serpent Skin Mantle could be handy. Go ahead and pick that up. We'll be late into the run because it will include many guns, but I will. That's... that sounds like you're cooking and I love it. That's going well. My current top level is Nixlarfs here at level 8. We are behind schedule because of some oaths that we took that were unexpectedly problematic, to put it lightly. All right, let's put the Serpent Skin Mantle on this Adorned Male shirt. We're gonna put it on the tank because he is sometimes going to get shot out by our own guys. So put it on this piece of armor. I think that works well enough. Let's see, do I want to grab any potions? The reason these potions could be handy is if I fight the Barbarian Madman up north, they can be kind of handy. They're not ultra useful, they're like a little bit narrow. Second wind potion plus a spear bro is a somewhat reasonable option, but given I don't even have one, any regular bro is just gonna swing once as per normal. It's called friendly fire for a reason. Yeah, let's keep it friendly. Get antidote. We're not gonna bother with the antidote. We do have a assassin for sale. Now that's interesting. We've got a free Catal and delicious armor. Comes with a bro. And assassins are a decent background. That's really tempting. And by tempting, I mean I'm probably gonna purchase that assassin. I don't think there's any particular reason to keep some of these items. The gear alone makes that a good pick. I think I agree. Rashid. Yeah, let's pick that bro up. All right, well, let's see what we got. Oh my. Oh my. Interesting. So there's a lot going on here. A lot to take in. Okay. So for an assassin, he got the max possible hit points roll. That's pretty nice, because that is one of the potential downsides of an assassin. He also got talent star. What an interesting bro. The 3 talent stars in melee defense and the 3 talent stars in resolve are great to see. If we didn't already have a god banner, he could be good, but Dastard sucks. His melee defense is actually much higher than it looks right now, because remember, we do have the Oath of Wrath, where these are being artificially lowered by -5 and -2. So his melee defense is actually 12. He's got 12 melee defense. And 3 talent stars. That's wildly high. We definitely want to do something with him. Dastard sucks though. Starting at wavering is a pain in the ass to deal with. So that makes it so that he can't be our lone wolf tank. He could be a inline tank. I could also just make him a fatigue neutral. 65 melee skill is really high. Yeah, he could still end up with good melee attack. Absolutely. I mean, 65, right? On average, 85 if I take all level ups, and even if he's a little lower, that's totally fine. I'm gonna put good TBD. I may just end up being boring and making him a fatigue neutral. We've got a lot of fatigue neutrals potentially, like, building up right now. Between Mortimer Drock, Blackfire, and Bijante 2.0. We don't have the armors for them though. And so yeah, we just need those armors. So we either need to fight like nomad leaders or brigand leaders or fallen heroes to get sort of those transitionary armors before we find the named gear that they'll end up using long term. But Rashid is good, make no mistake. He's also got really high initiative, and because of his already high melee defense, we could totally give him, you know, like a dodge fatigue neutral, which, you know, would be totally great. We could make him one of our fencers, but could do a thrower hybrid with the range stars if you need one. I don't think so. 39 ranged attack with 2 talent stars is kind of garbage, right? I mean, that's the same as starting with 49 ranged attack with no stars at level 11, and we need him to be good now. So I think these talent stars are unfortunately, not even unfortunately, they're just a trap. They're not relevant to us. I understand the appeal though. I didn't mean to be dismissive. I just think that's not the route I want to go with this bro. We do need ranged bros on the squad, for sure. We would like a little bit more of that. But Rashid is not going to be quite suitable for that. So while Manfred is healing up, we can get Rashid in. Can he even wield the man splitter? Probably not. Oh, good. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I don't know. I feel like when people come in and are giving ideas, it's kind of rude to be like, nope, that's not good, instead of being like, I don't think I'll do this, and here's why, right? I don't know. I didn't say it the way I wanted. Appreciate the suggestions. Let's see, is there anyone else I could give the man splitter to? Could Einar even use it? Once this injury's fixed up, he probably could. Okay. And let's name Hilmar the appropriate title. But yeah, Rashid he's definitely good. We're gonna figure out what to do with him. The problem is I can't really make him a tank because of Dastard. I can't make him a off tank. I can't make him a lone wolf tank because starting at wavering is untenable for that particular role. And honestly, even making him a frontline tank with Dastard kind of sucks. Fatigue neutral is much better. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with him. And we do have a Catal. I don't think there's any thing for me to do with that at the moment, but that's an option. And that could be an option for Well, I mean, it could be an option for Final Overdrive even. Could get Dagger Mastery on him. I realize he's got Brute, and we had a polearm that maybe he could take, but he also could do just fine with a Catal. Brute isn't the worst with a Catal. I don't know. You could fish for the Dastard Curing event. Do you have any Brave or Fearless bros? I don't know, that's a good question. It doesn't work with Determined, right? I'm pretty sure I know the event you're talking about. Yeah, it is just Brave and Fearless, yeah. Confident, or Determined doesn't do it. I was wondering if... Yeah. But yeah, if we have 2 bros with Brave or Fearless, let's see. We've got Cocky. Well. Yeah. Looks like that'll be unlikely, but I like the idea, and I agree that that would be nice to fix up. Fearless at home, so to say. Yeah, right. I mean, in a way, I like Determined better. However, yeah, it's not gonna work for us. Okay, well, we got a good bro. We got some good armor. Where did I even put that armor? Am I losing my mind? There it is. We put it on Einar, one of our Zerglings. Surely I can put that on. Let's put it on Corvus Korak with this setup. I kind of like this wrapped southern helmet plus the assassin's robe. That's a nice look. A little bit of fashion bros here. And then we've got just a regular nimble setup for the next bro that hits nimble. All right, so we're gonna head up the City of Golden Sands. We're gonna do a little bit of exploration in the desert, and then go to Granite Fest and Gelbstadt and see what we can accomplish in those locations. Cool, Bijante 2.0 gains +1 range skill. Unfortunately, the events that increase range skill, we're sort of diluting them with all these other sellswords, but we really just want it to go to Final Overdrive, and that has not happened. We're shooting cats out of trees. We're performing little archery contests, but our archer isn't participating in them. Okay. We went above and beyond in fulfilling the oath. Everyone's in good spirits. However, we lost our Oath of Wrath right before a camp where we'd really like to have it. This Nomad Executioner could be a great source of armor, but this is a tough fight. We're pre-nimble still on a bunch of bros. We really want to take this fight, we really do. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Said I went to a happy hour earlier and that drink's passing right through me. I'll be back in just one moment. I have returned. Alright, so I want to take this fight. I think it's too juicy, too good. Woof woof. Hello, hello, Bijan Tay. I probably can't give Einar a man splitter right now. And hello, your octopus boyfriend. Time to bring all the nets we can muster. Well, we've just got the one reinforced throwing net. Because we want to dagger down this Nomad Executioner's armor, we do want to bring the throwing net. The tricky thing about this squad and the throwing nets is we are particularly poorly suited for it because we don't have, as stupid as this sounds, it's just because we don't have quick hands. We took quick hands on nobody? Does anybody on the squad have quick hands? This is weird and rare, but I think it's true. Yeah, nobody has quick hands. Not a one. So it's a little harder to throw nets, you know, as part of a regular battle plan. However, I do agree. We want to bring the nets, we're going to use the nets. One of the benefits to the polearm mastery is we can attack and pull out secondary weapons. Or, in this case, nets. As the situation calls for it. So Corvus Corax got this one. Let's give one to Nixlarfs and Rashid. I'm just gonna sort of scatter them on the bros because I don't know who will actually be able to use it based on the situation that they're in. But I agree with the net call in general. I've also got a net here on Final Overdrive, which I think is definitely going to be relevant, or most likely to be relevant. Lots of outlaws, some archers, a leader, and an executioner. Make no mistake, there's a real possibility of losing a bro or trading a bro for armor here. I definitely do know that going into it. And we should all be ready for that exchange if it were to happen. We're going to start Rashid here nearby the banner because we're probably going to do a rally on the first turn to bring up Dastard and be used to doing that regularly, which annoys me, but it is what it is. Polearm Company. Zephyr's calling 0 deaths. It's possible. Yeah, we are kind of Polearm Company, but you know, it works. It works for a while until we get our fatigue neutrals up and running, and then it'll still keep working because we'll have the big beefertons up front. I could wait for nighttime for the some archers, but I think we'll be okay fighting this during the day. Executioner is not visible quite yet. I was hoping for more whips. It's not too scary of a lineup of enemies, but it's also, you know, somewhat frightening. Famed Kite Shield not blocking as much as we'd like. Given the polearms, what I might do this round, I'm gonna wait. I mean, they all attacked, but I'm still gonna wait to make sure they remain still. And we're gonna move up, I think, 3 hexes. Because then we'll be ready to be... Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Be ready to move to be able to attack next turn. Unless I want to just do 2 hexes, I guess would also be fine. That would give me the opportunity to rally to bring Rashid up from wavering. Kind of narrow, but... Interesting. They will, I'm guessing, charge at some point sooner than I'm likely to, than I think that they will. So I think I am just going to move up the 2 hexes. Ooh, we see our executioner. That's a big weapon he's got. That's a big weapon. That's right. Sit still for a bit, bud. Okay, we're just going to keep the team locked into their formation, keep their allied neighborly resolve bonuses and prevent surrounds and blah blah blah. Can maybe go all the way here to be directly adjacent to our banner as he... Oh, I don't have rally yet. Shit, that's right. My god. Okay. Kind of forgot about that. I mean, honestly, this is fine with us. If they don't charge, we've got enough polearm mastery and there's enemies 2 hexes away, we can move forward, bonk them, and back up. Overwhelm helps with the nets quite a bit. Yeah? I'm sure you're right. What is the rationale for that? Just making like lowering the enemy's initiative since the enemy types are sort of faster. The base, I mean, overwhelm always applies. Overwhelm doesn't need to hit to apply. Overwhelm always applies if you move before the enemy. Okay, so there's melee context, the rest are all gonna charge. Oh, to break free from the nets, that is. I see, yes, okay, right. That's very true. That does make it better. I agree. Yeah, it'll make it harder to break free from the net. Absolutely. It's an overwhelming perk. Bijante bringing the dad jokes. All right, let's see where this guy goes. All right, not into melee range, which is good. We can tie him up with Yakuba, which I think will be a very important thing. We're gonna let the... Excellent. The Great Axe attack there first. Probably just shield wall. Hey, Blackfire. Hello, hello. We're gonna wait on Hilmar. I think other people may be able to get kills. All right, he's not moving forward. I can move forward, attack here, hit these 3, then pull out the net to throw at the Nomad Executioner for next turn. I'll still be able to go before him, I'm sure. Enemies might get in melee with Final Overdrive. How do I feel about that? It's probably not that bad. EELI. Reasonably defensive, but I still don't feel it's necessary to push up one more hex. The benefit to doing so is I do unlock this hex for the banner to move forward and attack. That might be worth. Probably is. We get 2 more attacks on this guy still, so. Here we go. Okay. And I can push this guy, this executioner, if I wanted to. It'll lower his initiative for next round. I'm gonna throw him in the net anyway. I don't think it really does me much good. Kinda really doesn't hurt me though. And I think Hilmar is probably not going to be in too much of a need for fatigue later. Alright, he missed anyway. And we'll go here so Blackfire doesn't get surrounded. Or should I move up one more hex? Mortimer Drock is pretty good, and I think, yeah, I do have Underdog. Not too high a melee defense though. Dota Reforged Tall. Bingo! I haven't referenced any of those things. Not yet anyway. I'm sure it's coming. No, I'm not going to move forward. Let's force these nomads here with these 4 AP weapons to be unable to attack for a full round again. But yoink. Put a net on this guy. Almost certainly I'm going to pull out the handgun. But I don't need to yet. All these enemies with 4 AP weapons slowly moving up. How did the poacher's run end up going? Successfully. Enemies have been poached. We'll wait on Nixlarfs for a better reap. Got lucky with famed items and have the opportunity to get the bounty hunter at, ooh, ouch. Day 22, how much harder is he gonna make your game? Not, that's actually incredible. If you got 3 famed items by day 22, that's incredible. He's not gonna make your game that much harder because, you know, most of the fights against, you know, enemies with champions, they don't make it that much more difficult. You can always still, you know, fight selection. If they're a problem, just avoid them. I think you should do it and get the bounty hunter and roll in those beautiful famed items. That's what I think. Embrace it. Oh, he went for the attack instead of trying to break out of the net. hit Final Overdrive in the head, which is annoying. He can take one more of those because he has 9 lives, but still, very annoying. Power of Dodge, unfortunately showing up as well. It's a Peasant Militia game, by the way. Nice, then you should definitely do it. Okay, took out that guy, got some confident rolling on the team. You love to see it. Yeah, I'm still gonna pull out the gun here. Nice, good reap. See if we can get a finishing blow here. We cannot. Could pull out another net. No. And we're not going to move Einar forward yet. We're going to let this Nomad Executioner move first. Should he be scared for the guy with the leader on top? No, I don't think so. Mortimer Drock has decent transitionary forged armors, and even though he's unlikely to hit this guy for a while, and he will probably get plenty of hits in on Mortimer Drock, he'll be doing so with the Scimitar, which is a fine weapon, but it's pretty bad against this amount of forged armor, especially with the shield. So he can take a lot of hits and he'll be fine. So I think he'll be okay. It'd have to go sideways for a really long time for him not to be okay. And here I'm going to tentatively end turn in the off chance that something goes terribly wrong and this guy attacks and procs 9 lives. He'll have it up for next turn. That's why we need a spear bro up there. If only. Fencer, exactly. There we go. That's a good one. And we got the Executioner at lowered morale. He missed Final Overdrive. Thank the Lord. I wonder if I should have just attacked in melee there. Kind of worried about Black Fire. He is a bro I'm worried about. I care about him quite a bit. He does still have 9. So we're not scared with the guy up against the leader, but we are scared for Black Fire here. I can probably go and start surrounding this Executioner. Blackfire gets it. He sees when he's in danger. Alright, we can hit the Executioner here just for overwhelm. Even if we damage his armor, it won't do it too bad. Alright, let's go ahead and get up in melee. More melee contact here. Actually, no. Maybe I want Nixlars to be able to take that hex. So let's just go here. Unless I want to get this around here for the resolve check. Let's do that. Alright, Blackfire is just fine. No problem. Hey, the Executioner has broken. We've done it. He is full of fear and knows that he needs to flee. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wow, that guy escaped melee contact with 3 bros. That's actually kind of insane. Ooh, Rashid took some hits there. So final overdrive I can put in melee contact just to get the full surround bonus. He doesn't need to participate in the daggering, but he can just stand there. And he can do a great job of it. Same deal here, let's just take out enemies. Sweet. Maybe Rashid needs to run. I think he does. May as well start the daggering for those that are around him. God, the guy broke free. Alright, they're below their 35% of their starting strength, so they're running away. So Rashid can move up more safely as well, that's what that means. Okay. Well, this fight actually went quite well. It could have gone not poorly. It was never going to go terribly, but as previously stated, very easily we could have traded a bro for armor here. Not even close to close. In the end, true. But the possibility still existed for something to go bad. I'm glad it went as well as it did, though. I'll say that. It could have been worse than this. Can anybody hit this guy? No. There we go. All right. So let's see what we got for loot. No named items or anything, which, you know, I was hopeful. But we got the Landlar harness, which, you know, I was mentioning wanting to get some transitionary forged gears. This is a great one. I mean, it's kind of a bad piece of armor overall. It's like terrible fatigue penalty for what it is. But it's better than the decayed armors, and it'll be fine. And then the turban helmet, which is pretty great. Shamshir, not a scimitar, a Shamshir. That's the item he had. All right, so we can give that item to one of our fatigue neutrals kind of in training here. Black Fire might be a good candidate. Catal Dagger in inventory for Dagger Bro. Could happen. Could happen. We're open to the possibility. Not closing it off. We don't really have the right pairings on the squad. So we don't have much in the way of maces or throwers to use nets. But I'm not gonna discount it entirely. It still could happen. Leather neck guard, I could just put on the assassin's robe now. Seems good enough. And I don't think there's anything I need to do with the rest of the gear here. So we continue on. Jante 2.0, gonna be a fatigue neutral. Fatigue neutrals I think are totally fine to skip the +1s in attack. But ideally, so he's with 99 fatigue, he'll have enough for everything he needs. I don't think his initiative is quite high enough to bother with dodge. And +2 resolve is unfortunately not what we're looking for, so I'm either going to do the +2 resolve or +1 melee skill. I don't know. It's kind of whatever. Rare range up. I mean, it's one of those things where Bijante could have been a potential like hybrid, right? Because 48 range skill starting is pretty good. That's true of sellswords often, but I don't think that's what we're gonna do here. Oh, range defense. Oh no, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, he's got 11 base range defense. It's pretty good. Helpful for goblins and for fighting nomads. No, I mean, I think it's a legit option here. I think if we didn't have... So let me put it this way. If we had more ranged bros where we had a wider surface area of bros in the front that could be valid targets for enemy ranged fire, we would genuinely benefit from another bro with decent range defense, and then that bro could potentially take anticipation and then just be, you know, wouldn't need a shield, sort of like as an alternative to a shield. I think that would be totally good and totally valid. I think because we have builds that are almost purpose built for slaying goblins in our fencer, and the fact that we don't have that ranged backline at the moment and we don't know what'll happen in the future, I'm not going to take it, but that is actually potentially a valid path for this bro. I'm just going to take the one in melee skill though. And let's take Colossus. Keep some of these injuries away. Rashid. God, we need to decide what to do with Rashid. Oh my goodness. He's gonna have such insane melee defense. I mean, I could make him like an inline tank. That just stands there as an impenetrable wall. Yeah, but I wanna... This melee skill's good. Unclear. Famed Thrower banner. If we didn't already have a god tier banner, I think that would be fine. I'd more realistically make him a tank banner. I don't think there's any reason to pay mine to the ranged skill stars with starting with 39. He otherwise would be a god tier banner. For sure. I just don't know what to do with this guy. I really like the idea of trying to find a couple bros with Brave or Fearless, which we can find by looking for bros in taverns with the title, like the Brave or the Fearless or whatever. And then recruiting those and just hoping for the event to proc. It's got a reasonably low-ish score, so it may just never happen. Catal bro with fast adaptation. Yeah, he could certainly be that. We may not even need fast adaptation depending on how he rolls. That's a totally valid option. Only a Catal build is usually one that doesn't need much in the way of defenses because you kind of use them as a secondary sweep in, whatever. And given that he's got such high melee defense, I want him making lots of contact with the enemy. He's got such insanely good initiative too that I'm definitely going to give him dodge, whether he's forged or nimble. I'm gonna level him up like this and I don't know what we're gonna do with him yet. We'll take 9 lives because that'll be good no matter what he ends up being as well. And we'll see. We'll wait and see. Rashid will be something. What will it be? I don't know. Will it be good? I don't know, hopefully. Another fencer? I mean, he could, though, is the thing. He could. He really could. But he would be one that we would position differently, like more aggressive. I don't know, it's weird. Is a weird bro in a weird situation. Got him. She should probably just hang back, actually. Got him. Oh, with that fractured ribs, Blackfire can't attack at all. Whoops. Definitely gonna have to address that after this fight. Can't be fielding a bro that literally can't attack. That's no good. Alright, and that guy is gonna get away. It's over. Alright, so let's take a look at that injured bro. Yeah, so I put this big old chonkin armor on Blackfire with the fractured ribs. Can't even use them. But if I just swap out some helmets, we are close. I mean, we're basically there with the jagged pike. So I guess that'll work. And there's the library. All right. Cool. Was hoping to find it. Didn't necessarily expect to find it so soon, but it is a pleasant surprise. Okay, so given that it is nighttime, let's get to civilization before day here. Ancient city here. I guess if these outlaws are moving towards me, I should take the opportunity to fight them quick. Still gonna chase them down, I guess. We can always visit Gelbstadt before the Citadel, and that's fine. No problem with that. I almost feel like on our tempo tank, there were probably opportunities where I could have increased range defense, and probably should have, given how often he's being turned into a pincushion. Just staying out of range of this pole mace as I move forward. No reason to let him just get an attack for no reason, of course. Sort of accidentally hit our own bro there. Just a little. You know, just a smidge. Close. Hit him with the pole arm with additional chance to hit head, since we'd already torched that guy's head armor. I was hopeful. Didn't work out. And they flee, they run, they seek not to fight. We'll see if we can chase them down. Should be able to snag one of them. But I suppose not the other. Leaving his buddy to die. The shame. Right. And that guy is long gone. It's over. We did get another nimble armor here. We are going to want some of these nimble armors as we're replacing armors. Once bros are able to take nimble, which, you know, will be happening here and there. Blackfire, we're going to take another one of the basically exact same level ups. And so on this bro, we get so much... It's very rare that I take this perk, but I'm probably going to have to grab Brawny on Blackfire. Given his talent stars, I'm very inclined to just do melee skill, melee defense, hit points every single level. And given that, if I take Brawny, I can actually, you know, equip some genuinely heavy stuff. I think later on, our fatigue neutrals in this run are probably not going to need quick hands, given that we don't have spear bros. And the reason I like quick hands with spear bros is there's a lot of situations where the enemy can't even attack us yet, so we don't even need to engage our fatigue neutrals and we can attack with reach weapons. With this configuration of bros, that's probably not going to happen too much. We're just going to be sending our fatigue neutrals directly into contact with the enemy, and we'll just let them duke it out like the bruisers that they are meant to be. And so given that, Brawny is... Well, okay, given that I probably won't bother taking quick hands, probably won't be giving reach weapon, he'll have another perk free, thus it can be Brawny. That's kind of the long-winded route around that answer. And it will give him a little fatigue to work with right now, while we figure out a weapon mastery for him. A very rare perk for me to take. I actually am not 100% sure that I've even taken it this entire run series, like the whole win streak series so far. In the 6 runs I've done so far, have I taken Brawny? Maybe. It's possible. But I wouldn't be surprised if I hadn't. Alright, so let's hit up Gelbstadt before it becomes dark and stuff. Public executions, spooky. Escort caravan to Noonride. Where the hell is that? Way up here? Probably not. We'll travel our own way. They've got a Saleh for sale. We might pick that up. I love this tip. This feels very, like a little too real as one who lives in the Northlands. The desire to go where the sun warms the earth and you're not shivering every time you go out to collect firewood. I feel you. I feel you. Alright, a hunter is here. That could be an excellent background for us to take a look at. A couple thieves as well. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and sell the expensive, you know, trade goods. They're at a pretty good price here. I'm going to hang on to this stitched nomad armor. I think we can get rid of some of these mail shirts. We're probably going to end up collecting more of them anyway. Yeah. Let's just sell all this stuff. Not gonna need it. I'm gonna hang on to the Cantal just in case I want to do something with it. It's possible. Probably won't, realistically, but I don't need to shut myself off from the opportunity quite yet. So let's take a look at this hunter. Oh my. Okay. Interesting. Choppy Cat is right. Hybrid time. Interesting. So First things first, we're gonna keep this guy. We're gonna name him Xerxes, because this is gonna be a ranged character. 59 starting ranged attack is primo, excellent, great. No talent stars, so, you know, there's that downside. Nice maxed range roll, yeah. And nice average, too, right? So, we'll average +3, because the range is 2 to 4. And so, you know, even if we take nothing but if we get pure average rolls, let's say we low roll, let's say we get a 2 every single level, which would suck, but it would be possible, right? If we get a 2 every single level, we'd still end up with 79 range skill, which is fine. And we could always, you know, give him a little touch of gifted as necessary. Wildly good defenses, at least melee defense. Obviously, range defense he rolled a 0. And good melee skill, right? 57. Probably, this would be a really good bro to have use throwing weapons and give, because just in case his range skill doesn't end up too high, I think I like the idea of doing throwing weapons. And so this will be a thrower and duelist of some sort. But definitely suited for melee combat, for sure. Thrower duelist, yeah, exactly. I'm thinking thrower duelist will probably be the route that he'll go. We're definitely not going to want to have prolonged melee contact with this bro for a variety of reasons. One of which is fairly low hit points, the other is low resolve. He's got pretty workable fatigue, and so yeah, he'll be good. We can in fact give him a stack of jabs right now. The other option, just gonna throw this out there, I'm not gonna do it, but if he had really low melee skill, where it was really hard to even make use of that aspect of his, stat sheet, we absolutely could pump melee defense, range skill, and then, some secondary, and turn him into a thrower tank. The famed, the legendary thrower with rotate, which is like a build that can be rare and kind of fun, and I actually mentioned in a random YouTube comment that I replied to someone just today. Someone who's been given some insightful comments on the YouTube videos, the Doomer blocks, and I think this could be a potential bro for that. I think his melee skill is good enough that he's just going to be a hybrid with some offensive capabilities, though. So, but if his melee skill were like abysmally low, like if it were 47 instead of 57, we might do something different with him. Yeah, hi YouTube, hello! But yeah, we'll give him some somewhat heavy armor here at the moment. I don't think I'll give him a... I guess I can have him start with a gun. Oh, he doesn't have quick hands yet. Well, we'll put the powder bag in his possession. Insightful YouTube comment is on par with Perpetual Motion Machine. No. We get some. They happen. Also, hello, Some Weird Sins. So which one of our little tempo bros do we want to put on the fence? Either Einar or Hilmar. Hilmar, you're sitting this out. Sin's Sensei, he's been upgraded. Okay. Just in case, I'm gonna hang on to the. No, why would I hang on to that? Okay. I'm also gonna take a look at the thieves. Oh my goodness, are we really full? Okay, given that we are full, we're not done recruiting bros and we're looking for tanks. So someone's gonna get let go here. And these guys are still paid almost nothing. This guy's got collecting wages and we're not gonna do anything with him. And the team won't care that he's gone. So goodbye. Let's take a look at these thieves. Thief number 1. Oh my god. He's not like a forge tank. Shit. That's not what I expected to see. I mean, he's like another fatigue neutral, but son of a biscuit. Dodge Forge tank. Look at Sin saying things about dodge tanks. This is weird. What have you done? Sometimes they come back with 9 lives and they've got brain damage and you're not even sure. Confusing. I mean, the thing is, all right, I mean, let's be real. He's got 9 melee defense and 3 talent stars. It would be an absolute travesty to not use him in some sort of defensive role. It's dodge Force tank and cross your fingers versus orcs / chosen or keep rolling. He's also got Survivor. So, even if he gets struck down, he comes right back and maybe he'll still be okay. If we made him a dedicated tank, you know, some of the injuries are only to attacking stats. There's an awful lot of them that hit melee defense though. Yeah, no losing the tank at least, right? Hola, are we thinking about dismissing that thief? Give him a chance. He won't steal again. He promised. Do we have that in writing? But what if we need him to steal? You know, there's a few events where we can steal from nobles. Yeah, I mean, the thing is he's... It's happening. Is there ever a riposte thingy? With an absolute god tier bro, maybe. It's like fine, but it's still... I want riposte to be good, like it's so cool, but it just kind of... It's hard to justify. We're gonna look at that other thief. Hilmar, long-standing member of the squad, was just let go. Who knows what happened to him? Before nerf, you could solo the game with a repulsor. I never got to experience that version. I don't know what the nerf was. That sounds cool as hell. This is another, like, actually decent bro. You know, he max rolled hit points, nearly max rolled fatigue. He's a good bro, like really good. And it feels very weird to do this. But he's not quite what the squad is looking for, so I'm gonna let him go. With the Dren / recovery, you can keep indom / repose up 100% of the time. Okay, understood. Got it. Makes sense. All right, the only shield we've got sitting around is this kite shield, so we'll give it to him. Reinforced mail coif. This is like one of those pieces of armor that like looks good because it's like, you know, made of metal and stuff, but it's actually like worse than just a simple nasal helmet, which is disappointing because it looks cool. All right, and who is he gonna replace? Einar, but I'm gonna keep Einar around just in case. So do we have a full squad? My God, we do. We have lightning sword procced the lightning on the poses. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Although by the time you have the lightning sword, like, let's be real about your situation in your campaign. There's not much out there left. Fashion is the most important stat though, for sure. That's why I've got the wrapped southern helmet with the assassin's robe. This was a very intentional combination, let the record state. Yeah, so we're gonna put the tanks in the center for the moment. I think I am gonna have Gisselhair be a dedicated tank. We'll have to get him a better shield than that to use. But, you know, if you can solo a Necro Savant camp on day 20 with just a lone wolf, then Kraken isn't so much of a barrier. I mean, that seems true. Meanwhile, the other guy has silly plates on his rusty armor. Yeah, we've got some weird stuff going on. You know. What day are we on? We are on day like 45. 45. So still, you know, midway through the run. All right, but we have a squad of 12 that I think we can actually work with for basically the full duration of the run. We're gonna get 1 or 2 backups to cycle out in case of injuries. Oh, still very close to 43. It must have been a pact. 1 hour 30. Yeah, and also I took a moment to like refresh myself as to like what the hell's going on in the run and stuff like that. So there was some of that. We'll keep this nimble armor. And we'll also keep the pike. Probably let some of these pikes go. Yeah, been this hour 30 minutes has been pretty slow. I haven't got much done. I usually move a bit faster than this, but that's okay. We did also have a decent amount of fighting. Gonna grab tools and some ground grains. And I think the next thing I want to do with our money is we're going to have a third retinue slot here soon-ish, kind of. And then also we're going to want to get our first caravan upgrade. So we could do another sweep of the desert to look for some fights. I mean, it's not like fighting nomads after day 40 is bad, it's just less good than it was. We did just fight some, of course, but I think our best money is going to be had up here, fighting this noble faction. And so I think that's going to be the current plan. Get rich from that noble faction, and use that money to buy cart upgrades that then can let us make deep journeys into the wilds, and we'll see what we can do from there. So, also I guess what we do is going to be partially dependent on the ambition or oath that we are given as an option, so yeah. All right, let's see. Ooh, okay. For too long have greenskins plagued our lands. Let us take an oath of vengeance and strike back at this menace. So, your men get plus 15 resolve, plus 10 melee skill and range skill, and plus 5 melee and range defense when fighting orcs or goblins, but a malice when fighting other enemies. More reasonable as far as the specific enemy type vengeance, as far as the specific enemy type oaths go, vengeance is among the best because you can purposefully go fight those enemies very specifically. They're on the west side of the map, not where we're at the moment, but we know where they are, and we know where they're setting up camp, and we know we could go fight them. Not a bad idea, honestly. We might take this one. Fighting undead, this is one we might take just before we do Black Monolith when that time comes, but these are scattered all throughout, so we're not going to take it for a while. And Oath of Humility, also totally valid. This is a really good one for us. We've got some new recruits that we just brought on, and honestly, more experience for new recruits is pretty great, and we kind of don't care about contracts anymore. Could try for named item camps. Yeah, exactly. That's what we would find to the far west, which is, you know, something we're going to want to do. Humility is just a straight buff. It is indeed. Just 10% more experience. I think we will want to take the Oath of Vengeance at some point soon. When you take an oath, it is no longer available to you in the next set that presents. And so I think I really like this Oath of Humility here. We did just hire some bros. We need experience on them. Let's just take this one. 25% fewer crowns from contracts. We don't really care about that very much anymore. It's not that we won't do contracts. In fact, we can even do noble contracts now. But we're going to do them at the same rate as previous, which is to say, when it's convenient. We'll take a look at the screen elements here. Oh my goodness, it'd be lovely if we could afford this and buy it. Bloody Nuts Beast Camp. Might want to see a doctor. LOL as you get the good contracts. I mean, that'd be fine. We can still take them. We'll buy a cheap net here. Comes with a bro. Comes with a pretty decent bro. We can still do better at this point in the run, but yowza. Pretty good bro, in fact. But not one we're gonna bother with. Comes with the Dodge Forge Newt. Yeah, I think if we're looking for more bros to pad out the squad though, we can still do better. He's really good though, and don't get me wrong. Like, he certainly was good. All right, we're gonna head to Bleached Out Ruins. We're gonna explore this patch of fog and head up north. We randomly gain 11 tools and supplies when we're already capped out. Cool. Enemies appear. Kind of weird terrain. Have to see how they move as they approach us. Clop, 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 clop. So great choke points. They are, yeah. They are great choke points, it's true. So we're gonna get one bro with a shield up there. And one bro with a shield down here. And we'll let them slowly filter towards us while we just pop them as they come forward. They're great choke points, but it's also like great choke points in a irrelevant battle. Like where the choke points are irrelevant, I should say. And the choke points don't help us that much, really, because of the Geists. So we're gonna spear wall there, even though it's unlikely to be terribly relevant. We missed. Yeah, arguably the choke points help the Geists, yeah. Not that one though. He went ahead and took a journey. It's gonna take a lot to get him away from here. It's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do, but he's made his way to Africa. Really? Kisselhair. Thought you were better than that. You would flee so soon? The shame that you have brought to your friends and family? He doesn't have any more AP this round after just the first running, but still annoying. Oh shit, he doesn't have Pathfinder. Just incidentally letting more frightening enemies take that spot, I guess. I mean, he'll be fine even as he runs. I just miss my spear bros. These fights. They're annoying without them. Spooky screams indeed. Let's move here to prevent as much of a surround. And do the same thing here. Alright, well that tank was able to flee successfully. So more concerning for the squad right now, I guess, is what's happening at the top side. Hey, good night, Black Fire. I always hope for the mythical shoot the ghost, kill the ghost. Happens so very rarely. 1 in 20. You know, but still, a boy can dream. Nixlarf's finally gained the bravery to turn around. There we go. Geists are all finally down. We're gonna slowly work our way through all these silly little zombies. So we lost more tools in that fight than, you know, could have or should have or would have liked to. It's fine. Annoying, but it's fine. Okay. But yeah, we took, you know, smatterings of damage throughout the squad. But hey, look at these gemstones! And then a couple potential backup nimble armors to keep the squad a-rollin' as we pick up nimble on more bros. Wolf, worth? Oh, definitely worth. Absolutely worth. All right, so we love to see this +4 here. The +4 in resolve is absolutely monumentally important for this particular bro. We're going to need to be pumping resolve like crazy, basically every single level. And I'm going to stupidly greed out a bit more melee defense for the future with initiative over hit points. It'll be, you know, 0.75 of a melee defense. We're gonna have plenty of opportunities to take more hit points, and we will. Given what I think this bro is going to end up doing, which is to say, shield walling without much fatigue. He's gonna be built a bit different from any regular forged tank. This is gonna be slamming indom. We might still spec it, so we can do it like once or twice per battle. But even then, might not bother doing it much. And even then, that's also like, what happens at level 8? What's the squad look like when he's level 8? Who knows? We can plan for the future, but we can't know it with certainty. Anyway, all that is to say, it might take 9 lives. Colossus will probably prevent injuries a bit better. We probably won't let him die, but consideration for 9 lives there. And then the banner. We'll grab hit points and melee skill here. So how do we want to finish out this build? We're definitely going to want quick hands to be able to swap to a big boy weapon as is necessary. And by a big boy weapon, I just mean a bigger pole arm. Fearsome would be fine. Still don't have rally. Probably a good idea to have rally, huh? Sure. All right, Xerxes, our hybrid here. We're going to take all of these +4s in melee defense for sure. Probably going to take all the 2s in melee skill, most likely. And I think we'll probably grab the +2 in range skill as well, each level. And that'll be fine. Like I said, even if he somehow magically low rolls every single level, which would be uncommon and unlikely, he'll still be fine. Given that we're probably not going to pump up hit points much on this bro, long term we're going to want 9 lives. Short term we're going to want 9 lives. We'll see. We may skip some of the +2s in melee skill for hit points and then give him like a more accuracy weapon. And if we did that, for melee that is, like a sword or something like that. And if we went that route, we could pump more hit points and get Colossus, which would make him a bit more durable if he were to engage with enemies in melee combat, which he will some of the time. So, Rashid here, good TBD. Yeah, do I just make him... The game is also eerily quiet right now. What does Rashid end up being? Does he join the ranks of the fencers? He might. Flail Newt. Oh no, since you're out of your element, we're cooking here. There's some stuff going on. Flail Newt is totally valid. I don't think he even would need a flail though. I mean, just because he doesn't have talent stars, like 65 melee skill, that's pretty good. Flail Newt would be a totally valid potential course of action though. I don't disagree. Kind of looking through the squad though, as far as like company needs, we've got, let's see. Or was it just, maybe I do have room for another fatigue neutral. We got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I guess I do have, I mean, 4 is totally fine. I guess I do have room for another fatigue neutral. And he would be, I did say I wanted him a defensive build. Fatigue neutral is certainly one of those. Hate Dastard, but I do want him in, he would either be a, like, in formation center line type tank, but not with this base melee skill. I think I am going to make him a fatigue neutral. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be flail though. He might end up with enough melee skill we can give him something else. But flails are good. Greedy Dastard, you found my ex. Damn. Harsh. Brutal. We'll make him a newt of some kind. He'll probably be a dodge fatigue neutral, actually, is what he's probably gonna be. So we can go Colossus here. Or gifted. Let's go gifted. She was also an assassin? I don't know, Sins, was she? He's still alive. Was the car accident all a setup? Anyway, we won't go there. She or he, whatever. Your ex, in any case. Barely. Alright, we do have the kennel up here. The one kennel on the map that we have access to is in Finsterware. It would be nice to get some dogs. Definitely handy for lots of fights. So given this huge mountain range taking up all this space, let's going to the kennel to look for. Damn! Apparently didn't end on good terms. Brutal. Alright, we got a simple fight against some ancient undead. Sounds lovely. We'll go ahead and take that opportunity to take that fight. Go ahead and re-equip the squad a bit for such purposes. The Mansplitter. That might end up being a bit too tough to use. Could probably grab Axe Mastery on some of these fatigue neutrals. I'm gonna do it anyway, and I could just give him the man splitters for a lot of these fights. We've got a lot of like low fatigue neutrals though. Hey, I am in fact the man, the myth, the legend, the Slurgy. I am in fact playing Battle Brothers. These are all true statements. Statements of fact that simply cannot and will not be denied. All right, so let's fight these plague graves. We'll put throwing axes on our thrower, even though, you know, pre-throwing mastery and duelist, he's mostly just a decoration on the battlefield right now. But it's fine. Alright, it's Ancient Dead. The team knows what to do. Battle strategy, back up 2 hexes, engage. We took a pot shot. We missed. There we go, a little melee contact. Now the rest will act all dumb. You love to see it. Nice bit of high ground there. I mean, true. We're not gonna be needing it though. Where we're going, we won't need high ground. Yeah, Rashid's probably safe to do this. Whiff. Alright, Ancient Dead are gonna get their probably only turn in this battle and not get too much done. Possibly one of their shielded bros will get another. Possibly. We'll see. They got another turn. But possibly no more. You've missed a lot. The squad looks way swaggier than you remember. Yes, we have swagified for sure. squad is looking looking pretty okay. But can we hit this last Ancient Legionary? Eventually we can. Nothing exciting in the drops there, but stuff to sell to turn into cash. Mortimer Drock, regular fatigue neutral, has leveled up. I think we'll just still take the +1 in melee defense here. We've got enough of the other stats to be fine with what we see. If we were presented with a +1 in melee skill, I'd probably take the resolve over that. But never gonna skip melee defense on a fatigue neutral. And this level is no exception. Probably just grab Battleforge here. It's okay. It's actually like the thing about Battleforge is it's actually like a really low value perk, like actually. I could grab a Weapon Mastery to make him function a bit more solidly. We're heading up north, so we will probably get options for Barbarian weapons soon. And if and when we do, the maces and axes are, or excuse me, the maces and hammers are commonly available on Reavers. And so, you know, I've got this mallet right now. It's not a great weapon. Could totally give him hammer or mace mastery. I made Reddit so upset. Oh no, how did I do that? Did I breathe funny? I'm gonna use the restroom again. I've been chugging these sparkling waters. Oh, BF is pretty low value. Yeah, I mean, so heavy armor is very defensive. Battleforge adds very little to it, but it adds enough that it's worth it. Like, it's a perk you want to take. Whereas like Nimble is necessary if you're not wearing heavy armor. Nimble is a much bigger impact on a bro's survivability than Battleforge. That's all that means. I'm gonna be right back though, one moment. The whole point of being a content creator is to troll Reddit. True. Very true. All right, so I think on this guy, I don't have strong feelings on Hammer versus Mace Mastery, particularly. Maces are generally a little bit better, but as far as the Barbarian version, they're practically identical. That's probably what we're going to use for a little while. Both of them are going to have to be acquired by purchasing them. Maybe I should have consideration because he's a drunkard. I wonder if that means with Mace Mastery, he will be putting Ancient Legionaries into like one-shot territory with a mace, but probably not with the hammer. I don't know if that's true, but my intuition says that's pretty close to true. And that's a kind of nice breakpoint that I do care about. But being able to chunk off bigger amounts of armor from Orc Warriors with Drunkard, for example, is also kind of nice. We can grab Forge for now. I think that's fine. I wonder if it's one shot with Shroom. I mean, I wonder if it's not one shot without, right? I think it might even be. Is it just one shot with Shroom and no Drunkard? I don't know. Not 100% sure. Regardless, this is fine. Yeah, I'm talking about Legionnaire, not Honor Guard. Honor Guard, I think, that's almost certainly out of range, no matter what, without named gear. Or, like, you know, Killing Frenzy alongside Shrooms and stuff like that. Nixlarf's our first fencer. Leveling up well. You love to see it. So here, Fearsome is looking pretty friggin' good. It's probably just gonna be that. So let's do it. Killing Frenzy and Shroom on a Battleforge, bro. We are redditing. Well, not on this, bro. I don't think that Killing Frenzy is the worst perk for a fatigue neutral. It's not bad. I just usually feel like I'd rather have another layer of defenses with a defensive perk. Now, this is pod racing. Corvus Korak, another fencer. The 10th perk is usually bad. Yeah, I agree with that. It's usually very low impact. Let's go ahead and grab Fearsome here too. We'll come back for Overwhelm. He'll get it too. We got some overwhelming bros. We're doing some stuff. For those that may have missed it, we did talk about some build ideas that are, you know, things that we're cooking. We're trying some things. We're doing a little experimentation, a little play. And anyway, that is coming in the form of a few experimental builds. Hashtag exclamation mark builds. Though the spear one is probably not going to happen this round at all. You just take bullseye on your newts. Lindworms, huh? What is this number? Is that 2 or is it 3? That's a 3. If it were a 2, I'd feel pretty good about this fight, actually. But I don't think the squad is quite ready for that. We do have a couple bros with Overwhelm. Interestingly enough, if I had waited on this perk and picked Overwhelm, that would be better than Fearsome for this fight, if I were to do it. Which I probably won't. We're not quite there. We're close. But To people to whom that seems insane, all it takes is... It's alright, we can just run. A little bit of overwhelm, and lindworms are actually not so bad. We have fought them in most? Some? I don't know. In this run series, I've fought them several times, and it's always gone well. No guarantee that it will always go well, but I tend to build companies where I can always fight them, and it's no problem. But we're just gonna run to the edge of the map manually, and then we'll finish off with the button once we're close to the edge. I'm just sort of clicking on random hexes. All right, I'll click the button now. We'll have a tiny itty bitty mood and mood penalty alongside a teeny itty bitty tiny penalty to our renown. Who cares? It's a big who cares. Never be afraid to run from fights that you can't take if they happen and you didn't expect them. All right, so we don't have a great place to sell stuff. We're gonna be raiding this northern faction. There is a settlement of some kind in here. I do want to see what that is to know what our options are for traveling between towns and things like that. Bravely ran away, exactly. We do want to buy an Oathtaker just because I feel bad that we haven't bought any. There's no gameplay reason for that except for it just feels wrong to have never picked up an Oathtaker given that, you know, this is an Oathtaker run. We don't really have any... Whatever. I said we might, you know, we need a couple backups. We'll maybe get a couple backups, I guess. Role-playing 0 out of 10 on this run. I know. Not by design. I wanted to purchase them. The only one that we saw previously was one with, you know, the 300 Oathtaker armor that cost like 12,000. And it was when we were still very poor. And it was sad. So we're gonna see what's in this location on the map. And look for a place where we can sell the items that we pilfer off of this northern faction. That's what I'm thinking. And then we can take that money from what we sold and turn that into a cart upgrade. Cart upgrade, and then soon we'll get our third retinue slot. Okay, so it's the tier 2 type of town here. That's not too bad. Like, it's fine. I don't even know if we'll get there before nighttime, given that we're going through this mountain. We'll see. Oh yeah, we will. Are we in for a trademarked Slurgy genocide? You know it. RRB took a battle once with the Lindworms and like 20 plus undead with fallen heroes. The Lindworms cleaned the undead right away. I'm not too surprised by that. They're pretty strong. All right, so they've got ambush trade routes and abducted children. That's too bad, because the abducted children makes it so that they are less trustworthy of us, and we can't sell things for as much. I'm still gonna sell a bunch of the gear, not the most expensive stuff. I'm not gonna complete this contract because that might get rid of the ambushed trade routes settlement condition, and we want this to stick around, whereas we want the abducted children to just go away. So we'll go ahead and sell stuff. We're just gonna sell most of the gear that is sitting here. Probably don't need the plated nomad mail, but I'm gonna hang on to the padded leather and probably just the padded leather, actually. We'll get rid of the basic mail shirt and this stuff, while we still are low on inventory space because we're gonna fill it up. Sort of makes me tempted to get rid of the gossamer and serpent skin and jagged fang. Nah. What if I want to do... No. You know, I should have gotten rid of this earlier. I'm going to hang on to the gossamer, though. But we'll get rid of the stupid serpent skin and jagged fang. We got the large powder bag that we already made from the serpent skin. And sure, we could maybe make another serpent skin mantle. That item's kind of... who cares? Or that crafting component. So... let's head north. We're gonna look for caravans to raid, noble armies to fight, and just generally to kind of scout out and see what all is up here. And we'll take opportunistic fights against briggies for sure. Wow, this is utterly bizarre terrain. I guess I've got to feed through a choke point. That sucks. Unpleasant terrain here, for sure. Huh. There is a route down here. Maybe? Oh my god. Maybe not much of one. Oh, hello, Mr. Brigand Raider. He's got a big old bonking weapon. And he wants to use it. Unbelievable. Let's see, I think Nixlarf's does not yet have, yeah, it does not yet have Pathfinder, so. boy, there's... These choke points with the specific spots for the little pieces of elevation are particularly annoying for a squad where we just don't have the Pathfinder that we eventually desire to have. You would. Jerk. Oh yeah, I suppose he doesn't have enough vision, whatever. Alright, that was a good shot. That wasn't an armor we could have maybe wanted on this raider up here. That's fine. You're back, what'd you miss? You know, nothing too exciting if we're being honest. Nothing too terribly noteworthy at all. I'm gonna run them down. I'm at least gonna get these last few. We're gonna be, we dodged a fight against some lindworms, which are a big, scary beast that the squad is not quite ready for yet. But soon. If you answered, I wasn't here. How does area of control work in this game? Did you ask? Sorry if I... Oh my goodness. What happens whenever a unit attempts to leave an enemy's area of control? Okay, I did not answer your question. I just didn't see it. Apologies. Yeah, so you get like attacks of opportunity. Not too unlike what happens in like D&D style games, I guess, where upon leaving an enemy's zone of control, which is just the hexes around them, they get a chance to attack the enemy leaving. If they succeed, the enemy remains in place, only damaged. They can keep trying. I actually tried to move through an enemy's zone of control in this fight with the Chaucer, and did not succeed. But if they fail, if they miss the attack, then you get to move out of that hex, and there you are. You're at the new location. Do they have to have stamina to make that free attack? No, which is a great question and a great aspect of it that is very much worth pointing out. They do not have to have the stamina to do it. That is not a necessary element of the attack. Which is mostly to the player's benefit, actually. Like, fatigue neutrals can get an enemy to fleeing and then happily let them sit there while they're holding, like, I don't know, a two-handed flanged mace that they'll go pa-ponk, pa-ponk, and take them out in like 2 hits that they did for free, which is insane. All right, our tempo tank, who I make these tempo builds and then I think to myself, are they tempo? Does that attack deal a different amount of damage than a normal basic attack? It does not. It does the same, it's basically the same thing as a normal attack. Unfortunately, I'm going to take this +1 in melee defense, even though that makes me sad. And we're going to make the other guy forged. We're going to make this one nimble. Are there effects like stuns or panic that remove a unit's area of control? Yes! If you are stunned or fleeing, which is, I guess, kind of the same thing as panicking, then yeah, you don't have an area of control over other enemies. Am I going to try to hit mono with a specific oath? Yeah, I think ideally I have the oath where enemy undead, like you get a bonus against enemy undead. I think that'll be the best overall. There's a few others that I think are worthwhile options. I'd have to look through the list to say for sure. Do ranged units have an area of control? Not when they have their ranged weapon out. But if they are a ranged character that otherwise is like holding a spear, then yes, they do have a area of control. How do you ask a question? You type words and end it with a question mark. I feel like you've got that one. You've got it down. They're good questions, though, if you're unfamiliar with the game. I say, Toxic Wild Hog, you give Battle Brothers a try. That's my big suggestion. It's a fun game. It's quite good. You have? Oh, good. I didn't realize. My apologies. The wiki is excellent. The wiki is generally excellent. There are a few things on the wiki that are incorrect that I wish magically could be fixed. But it's kind of a pain to make an account and edit. But there's a few things that are incorrect on it. It will only take 800 hours in-game to answer your questions, no sweat. Secretly correct. It's true. It's true. All right, I think I might skip one of the +2s in ranged skill for hit points or resolve. I kind of hate doing this, but I think I am going to do it. It's okay. You still end up with really good range skill. The 33 resolve is really bad. So I do want to pump that up, but I also kind of want hit points. I think this is a hybrid that will probably take gifted on. I don't always, but I feel like that'll be good here. You kept trying to build one ranged unit, as in only one? I think that's actually fine for this game, if you wanted to do that. You mentioned before the ranged weapons suck. Now hold on, whoa, 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 let's back way up. Bows suck. I didn't say none about those other weapons. Guns are awesome. Throwing weapons are great. In this particular run, we've only got 2 ranged characters on the squad of 12, but usually I have more than that. So to be clear, bows suck. Bows are... But even when I say bows suck, I think as a new player you should use them and understand them, and especially early on when they are what you have available. There's nothing wrong with them. You'd have a group of 3 bros and you would steadfastly build 1 range when you likely shouldn't have. I don't know. That's probably fine. I mean, really the problem is, in this game, the number of bros is so important that more important than anything you do with those 3 bros is to have more than 3 bros. But yeah, if you're looking at like the starting company, you've got like 1 sort of purpose-built ranged bro that you absolutely can and should leave as a ranged bro. Oh, would you look at that? A trading caravan. But yeah, if it's the starting ranged bro from like the rebuilding a company or a new company, that bro's great. And you should definitely make him a ranged bro. You did not do anything wrong. I hope I did not cause confusion. It seems I have. Completely wrong mindset. Yeah, well, I think that is partially my fault then for not... It is tricky because bows are so synonymous with ranged that from an outside perspective, someone says bows suck, it would be pretty easy to interpret that as ranged characters in this game suck. But it's just that bows suck. And yeah, quantity over quality for sure. In Urtuk it's the opposite. Interesting. I think most games are like that. In my experience. Battle Brothers' unique aspect of quantity over quality is part of its charm. For as much as players get excited over the like Giga Chad God of War type thing, their actual combat effectiveness compared to one that's only like pretty good is actually not that different. All right, let's see if this road, I don't think this road is continuing off this way. Actually, we can look at the... There he is, the Minstrel. Visited 14 of 19 settlements. So I've never visited here, never been here, have been here. So that's 16 of 19. I'm just gonna assume I've been everywhere else. I think I have. So there's 3 settlements I have not discovered. We know there's at least 1 in here. Should probably go in that way then. See what's there. Abandoned remains. Let's go fight that. Have to travel 7,000 years over this mountain range. Group of undead here. Looks like they came from over there based on the footsteps, so we could probably veer that direction and see if we can find them. All right. I guess let's set up a wiederganger shooting range. We can probably put Nixlarfs in contact with one wiederganger. I don't see a problem with that. Bullhorn formation? Nah, this is kind of like... fill out the choke points formation. Basically, anyway. Construction foam formation. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Did we get Pathfinder? We will. We don't have Pathfinder on too many right now. It's been a lower priority than other perks. Perhaps rightly, perhaps wrongly. Probably wrongly. But not too many have it right now. A few do. Dad's not back from the store with Pathfinder yet, exactly. Yeah, he'll be back soon, for sure. Dad's always come back every day so far. Ooh. Look at all these silly wiedergangers just missing their attacks like fools. Guns versus zombies. Name a more classic and iconic combination. Dead bros and hats. Hey now. I mean, in this stream, yeah, dead bros and hats is probably more common. But in Hollywood, that's where they've got guns and zombies. Pretty sure. Got him. All right. Now it's just the Necromancer and his final bodyguards plus this one guy he just raised. And we can take out these final wiedergangers with our reach weapons for safety. Oops, step too close. Oh well. Let's just get in there and finish the job. Okay, not too bad. Didn't take too much damage there. Got some ancient gold coins, an ornate tome, and a signet ring. Hell yeah. We are soon going to be struggling for a place to sell them though. Let the record state. All right, final overdrive, initiative gunner. And might take this opportunity. I don't know. So let's think about the last perks I want to give him. Fearsome is going to happen, and it's probably just going to happen on this level. Yeah. Okay. Did you take all the oats? The oats? And do the zombies ever panic or retreat? No. Zombies never panic, never retreat. So more resolve? Possibly. I'm not grabbing resolve exactly because of fearsome or anything like that. It does give a little more benefit. Most of fearsome's benefit is just in getting resolve checks going sooner, and the gun is like likely to just tickle the hit points to where fearsome gives a big benefit, at least against armored enemies. But resolve is still like a nice stat to have, higher than 39. The other thing though about this bro is we really care about their melee defense, weird as that may seem, because they've got 19 plus the value from dodge. They're actually going to end up with really high melee defense. They'll be hard to hit. Might make sense to go HP resolves. Look like they have semi-decent fat. Yeah, well, we're not touching fatigue. No need for us to touch fatigue with this build. I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. And we don't have to level up initiative each level, actually. We don't have to feel inclined to do so every level. That's fine if we opportunistically skip it. We are still going to have this bro do some melee attacking. I think that's almost certainly going to happen some of the time. And I think we're not even going to bother with duelist or throwing mastery, so we'll probably give them actually just a polearm. Kind of the theme of the run, so why not? +5 in it is 1 melee defense. Actually, it is 75% of a melee defense with dodge. So it's close. If we're rounding, then I agree. Um, Six point six 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 7 is slightly more than 1 melee defense. Because I had to end it with 7. Anyway, I still might grab Resolve here though. Just to prevent from, you know, Warlord and Ancient Priest screams / roars, resolve checks, Necro Savants that jump into melee, things like that. Getting confident sooner in battle, and, of course, there is that little bit of fearsome value. And screw it, we'll still grab the initiative. Maybe it's a mistake not to grab the +2 in melee defense. Or even melee skill. We do want all those stats. We kind of want all stats on this guy. Unclear actually what is better in that situation. I'm not sure what would benefit me most. But I made a choice. It's a strong bro. Yeah, we've got some good bros. We've got some good bros on the squad for sure. We really do. Let's see if we can find where that undead dude came from. He may have come from the camp we just destroyed. His footprints did kind of go this way and then disappear, so we might have just destroyed the camp that necromancer spawned from. Maybe try to aim for some values that might make it easier to decide. I don't like that mindset though. I don't like aiming for specific values, and I don't advocate doing so generally. Just because I think I'm okay with it not being easy to decide. Like some amount of indecision when you can sort of reason out a variety of correct-ish answers means that, one, it's probably not a very impactful decision, and two, it's okay if it's good in some situations and not as good in others, and you should look at your squad holistically to decide what you do and don't need. So I don't have specific values that I aim for, and I think it's okay. In fact, it's good not to. That way, if I get just crappy bros, I can still make use of them without feeling like I'm not hitting specific benchmarks or things like that. Alright, let's see what's up here. Let's see if this is a city from that noble faction. Or a fortress or citadel or whatever. Fork in the road. Windfall. Okay. And we've only got 3 more days of wages currently saved up. So let's see if Windfall is a terminal stop here on this road. Looks like it is likely to be. Yeah, it is. The reason I thought it was just because of the mountain range there. I admire that you play with the fog, by the way, kind of chat of you. Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't play with fog, it's a little too easy to determine optimal factions to raid, and raiding caravans is such a powerful way of gaining power in the early game that tempering that is it just makes the game a lot more challenging and fun for me. But thanks. Appreciate the kind words. Alright, we're gonna fight this here fight. against this noble army. This is kind of what we were looking for. Some footmen, excuse me, many footmen, some billmen, a few arbalesters, and a standard bearer. Decent little chunk of enemies. 19 of them. It is nighttime. They're still going to press forward. We're probably going to have Gisselhair occupy this hex right here, so other bros may as well move forward, I think. Getting melee contact before the footmen move is probably a good idea. Rashid might take one bit of melee contact though, which I kind of don't want, given that he starts out wavering. Yeah, let's just wait. Let's see where they all are. They're kind of concentrated here at the bottom, actually. Could go here and maybe here? That's a lot of enemies down at the bottom. The bottom is like our weakest group of bros too, actually. So we are definitely going to send Final Overdrive down to help there. Don't love this hex because of the billman able to hit him. But I guess if we collapse in on that, he can attack them first. He does have Overwhelm. Yeah, maybe it's fine. We can probably occupy this hex. Yeah, I think it's fine. Hey, hey. Okay, on this turn, I'll probably attack right here. This is also really tempting, but I think this will be a better attack. Still picking on the green clan, I see. Hello, the Chaucer. And yeah, of course. Did you not hear that they're housing Oathbringers? Unforgivable. You just showed up? Ah. Yeah, they're housing Oathbringers, so that simply cannot stand. Have I played Urtuk? I have not. Let's see. Should I send Eagledub here? I don't need to yet. Let's keep these billmen attacking Gisselhair, I guess. If you ever want to take a break from Battle Brothers, I wouldn't mind seeing you take a swing at Urtuk. I'll keep it in mind. I do plan on finishing this whole series of every origin, but at some point that will reach its logical conclusion. It's similar to Battle Brothers, but they have legs, so it sounds to me like they've got nothing in common. Nah, I jest. I should attack this round. I don't want to put Nixlarfs in such a dangerous spot is the thing, having already taken a couple crossbow bolts. But I do want to attack before they get a chance to move. This is like a slightly sketchy position. I might still wait. Because I could have Jakuba push this Billman, occupy this hex, free up the spot for a better reap from Nixlarfs, which will also be relevant next turn. And I think I like that better. Doesn't put him in quite as dangerous of a spot. Oh, well, so much for moving. Okay. This guy just decided to jump all the way down there. Whatever. Alright, let's put the dog down and then attack for better surround bonus. Billmen have backstabber, footmen don't, according to Wiki. Oh, yeah. That's not one of the perks that I've committed to memory, but that's a good one to know. Thank you. Regardless, being surrounded and giving surround bonus even without backstabber is still something to be done with care. Alright, if I put a dog down here, it could go either here or around here. Either one of those is fine. Okay. Dang. So Eagledub can definitely move up. Can and should, I think. There has been a lot of missing going on. And I don't like that. Don't like it at all. Definitely get a nice little overwhelm gun blast. Not hitting very many enemies. That's too bad. And it's not like we've got bad hit chance. 52% chance against the Billman. Missed them all. Pretty sure he missed them all. Lady Luck has not been on our side, and that could be a problem. not done a lot of damage to them. I feel like I probably should hit the standard bearer. Get as much damage on him as possible. And I guess I'll put down a dog. That dog might die. So I might just attack twice with Jakuba here. Nice. Gisselhair is in deep shit here. He's in big trouble. Unlucky the double hit with the spirit. Well, that wasn't unlucky. I mean, unfortunate. Well, maybe it was unlucky. I guess I don't know what the damage range hits were. Maybe he was on the low range. I'm not sure. Yeah, that was a good hit. That was a good hit. That one footman tagging your two bros like a boss. Or at least he was. He really was, though. Okay. I'm sorry, Dougie. No! I hit him in the head. That's too bad. Oh my god, that dog just bit that billman to death. I think I care more about... No. We'll go with a 95% chance to hit. There we go. That was a good little mini resolve cascade. Not even that many, actually. Hit quite a few of them in it. Okay. Armor's shredded. Yeah, we've definitely got some shredded armors. It's true. What? How did that guy do that? What is the name of that Chad with the sword lance? Nixlarfs. And he's not just any Chad. He's got that specific grin. If you know, you know. Oh my goodness. Eagledub. Just took some heat there. Oh, this footman has recovered. Recovered using the recover skill, but also recovered in his resolve. We're gonna attack down here anyway, yeah. Nice. Alright, let's go here. Work on this billman so that EELI is escorted to safety. He does still have 9. So. Okay, good try. Get black fire on the flank there. No more enemy ranged attacks at all. Cool. And the fight is basically over. Nobody died, thankfully, because it was, you know, a little sketch. That was pretty close. Yeah, we had a few bros get a little close. Now, nobody procced 9 lives, and we've got 9 lives on basically everybody. This is a slurgy run, after all. Despite all my cooking, you know, we don't play with fire. Run him down. Boom. All right, so we definitely took some damage. One nice thing about the way that battle played out was, you know, we did get the damage somewhat evenly distributed amongst the team, which, you know, in this case was good. You get injury anxiety. We didn't get a permanent... You can't get permanent injuries unless you, like, fall in battle. So you can never get a permanent injury unless you actually, like, literally get struck down. So no one's got any permanent injuries. Nothing to worry about there. We did get a pole hammer, which is kind of a handy little weapon. Padded nasal helmet, which can pair well with our -8 fatigue options for some of our nimble bros. And we got one of these nasal helmets with mail. I don't think we need that for anyone. No, we don't. Alright, so let's swap out these armors, or this armor, rather. EELI's got a little blood on his face, but a new set of armor. Gissel Hair is gonna need a fresh forge-ish armor, heavy armor, medium armor, whatever. Fresh armor here. Fresh armor here. Let's see. Jonte can give him, yeah, I'll just have to cycle it with Xerxes. Okay, I think armors are in good shape, so let's go ahead and assign perks. Black Fire here. Wonderful, you love to see that +3 in melee defense. And Black Fire, God of War here. Should we take Underdog or Forge or a Weapon Mastery? A Weapon Mastery would be good. Can give him Axe Mastery. We've got a Great Axe, which is pretty great. Helps us reliably move and attack each round. Could we even equip a Man Splitter? I'm curious. Nope. Who ended up getting that name to Billhook? Was it Billhook? Yeah, right now EELI is using it. At least for now. It may find a new home in the future. So let's see, with Black Fire here. Let's just do Axe Mastery. I think that's totally fine. Ensure he can always move and attack each round. EELI. Oof, +1s. You don't love to see it. That's fine. We can skip +1s on melee defense for this particular build, but we'll take all the others that we care about. And we can either do Overwhelm or Fearsome. I think with this particular build, that's kind of what we're looking at for options. Let's do Fearsome. Gisselhair, our Dodge Forged tank. A special boy. Can't afford to not take Resolve on this bro with his current stats and what he's got going. I think he's gotten a +4 in melee defense every single level so far. Can't recall if that's true, but that feels like it's true. And we can either grab Shield Expert or Gifted. Oh, and actually, let's do a little shield swapperoo. It was a Billhook, but we put tape over the label for sponsor reasons. Or we just like, you know how in movies when they obviously have a can of like Pepsi, but they very carefully rotate it so that you can't see the Pepsi logo. That's always funny to me. They're like, shit, we never signed a deal with Pepsi. We can't be just drinking Pepsi on set. Has to have been 1 + 3. He started at 9, if you recall correctly. Yeah, that could be. That sounds like that might be right. So we'll either do Shield Expert or Gifted. Let's just do Shield Expert. And Xerxes. Hey, look at that +4. Hey, finally indeed. And I could either go with a +2 melee skill or +3 in a secondary. I think I'll just still do +3 in melee skill. We're going to be grabbing Throwing Mastery soon, but not quite yet. So let's go Quick Hands. Either Quick Hands or I guess even Pathfinder. Pathfinder's kind of legit too. It's pretty easy for this character to stam out with the heavy armor that we've got in him right now. Medium armor, whatever. Let's do Path. Okay, so can the squad keep going on this road to see what's further up? I mean, we can see. If we see another noble army, if it's of any reasonable size, we might have to turn around. But we can at least see what settlement is presumably this way. Again, realizing we will eventually have to go home. And by home, I mean somewhere other than here. From Schweikhoff. They already hate us there. And they've never even met us. Oh, they have. Well then. Schweikhoff, I hate you too. And we'll attack these hapless peasants. Oathbringers in disguise. That's what they look like to me. You can tell from those filthy hats. Totally out of fashion. This isn't a war crime at all. Housing Oathbringers is unacceptable. You reap what you sow, after all. Is there any benefit to attacking peasants? Does it damage the town any? So the only benefit, really, is that from a mood perspective, we won a battle. And we also got, like, you know, a little pittance of coin. And they do still drop experience. So there's Schweikhoff. Which I'm gonna guess, yeah, is a terminal stop. So really the question to be asked is not, is there any benefit to attacking peasants? It's, is there any downside? All right, so we got this first Windfall Company already in a battle. Oh my goodness. I didn't expect that battle to end, like, immediately. I thought I'd go take a peek and see what they were fighting. Well, it's a similar sized fight to the previous. We're a little hurt, we got a few injuries, we replaced most of our armors, which is probably fine. Oh. I see. Okay, so they have war dogs, which means they're going to potentially tie up some bros in melee. I don't hate the way the squad is arranged right now. It seems fine. You wish Battle Brothers recognize when the enemies are totally outmatched, especially with peasants and militia. Yeah, I agree. With militia, they'll just not spawn. With peasants, I kind of wish that they would just like immediately run. I think that would be good. All right, I guess I kind of need to know where the enemies are going to come from to know exactly where to position my boys. Oh, you hate that the militia charges the undead ahead of your mercs. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so there's an Arbalester. We can kind of limit his ability to shoot at us for sure. Bridge baby. Bridge Baby sounds kind of neat though. Okay. Alright, let's see where more of the enemies are coming from. Just a few more from the south. Kind of have to be mindful of the turn order. And it looks like here with these trees blocking there, that's probably going to end up preventing enemies from making it through here. They're mostly going to come, I'm going to guess, from here, and I probably actually up here. So yeah, so there's a standard bearer there. So let's move Jakuba now. We can free up that high ground hex. I wouldn't be surprised if I want that later. The Chaucer is also definitely going to move, but he's probably going to go where Corvus Korak is currently standing. Yeah, a lot of enemies from the south. Rashid can greet these guys from here. We're gonna have Giselhair occupy this hex. He's not a very good tank yet, so it'll be nice and safe for him, and then Rashid can completely stave off enemies there. And it'll also give our banner a chance to rally him. You think nobles actually work worse when they're spread out? I kind of agree with you. Sorry, got a bit of a hacking cough coming on. Yeah, I think they do work worse when they're spread out. I agree with that. Their main damage dealers are more exposed. Yeah, I think that's like mostly true. I think in this particular battle, it's not as true based on the way they're moving at me, but generally speaking, yeah, I agree with that. What if I had Xerxes go here? How bad would that be? Kind of bad. Let's go here. I guess I'll wait. So if we had Final Overdrive occupy this hex, as enemies come, we can blast them there. If they come around this way, we blast them there. If I stay as a blob and push north, northeast to take out those polearm enemies, I could, but I don't mind these high ground hexes, and I've had a couple bros move to where I feel like I can't really do that anymore. I maybe could have, but even still, I don't mind these like natural choke points here and here. So I think I'm okay with right where I'm at, actually. In fact, I can go up and still blast this Billman. Just a, you know, a welcoming blast. Oh, he already, never mind. I didn't need to do that at all. I sort of did that reflexively because I knew I was going to do it previously. But this guy already... I don't know what made him gain his... Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why Rashid is in steady instead of wavering. Guess killing that dog must have happened then and I just didn't notice. Well, that's silly. Okay, I'm gonna wait and let them all come to me. Their standard bearer is isolated from the rest of their squad too, which is good for me. What am I drinking? Kirkland Signature Lemon Sparkling Water. The drink of champions. Let's see, the Chaucer is pretty hurt actually. So I'm gonna have to be pretty careful. I'm gonna reload, but I actually don't think I'm gonna shoot at all. And I don't know where I want Final Overdrive to stand exactly, so I guess I'm gonna leave him here. Because Bajante 2.0 is gonna move up and attack, Nixlarf's gonna stay where he is. The Chaucer's going to back up. Yeah. Jakuba may as well attack there. Could maybe have the Chaucer go here and attack. He might get hit by a crossbow bolt, but it's not that big a deal if he does. Let's see. Mortimer Drock versus Nixlarf's getting hit. Mortimer Drock's pretty good defensively. Nixlarf's is as well. Mortimer Drock's got okay armor, I think, because these are a lot of like falchions. I think we're okay where he's at right now. Rude. Could lock down this standard bearer right now. Let's do it. Let's see, not gonna make any decisions on Blackfire quite yet. Let's have the Chaucer attack the banner, try to take him out. We'll probably have... Just notice that the standard is just an elongated boar spear. Yeah, it kind of is. It's got the little, or fighting spear, potentially, depending on the strength of the little outward prongs. I'm sure there's a word for that particular thing. Oh, if I had moved Corvus Correct, I could have had him stand there. But even this isn't bad. Let's just attack here for now. We'll reload and be ready for next turn. Okay attack from Nyxlarfs. Good one from Eagledub. Let's move this way. Maybe I'll have Corvus Correct go to this hex. This is going to be where the long standing fights are going to be anyway. Oh, maybe we should have put a dog down before attacking him. Well, maybe not. Because then the dog moves here. I think we can just leave him right where he is. No need for a dog quite yet. Yeah, let's put Blackfire right here. Excellent. So yeah, then Final Overdrive can go here and blast hit 4. Seems pretty good. Let's actually free up, free up that slot for the footman to run forward, but he's not going to be running forward because he's afraid. Unbelievable, what a coward. Ooh. Mortimer Drock took a big hit by that pole arm. Castle Briggies ambushed the wrong crew. Exactly. Got it. Castle Briggies. That's so good. So I should probably push this guy forward so that Mortimer Drock's got a little bit of relief. I think I can put a dog down here, or I could even move to this hex. Free up the spot for Xerxes. Was Castle Briggies a was that a Slug Zoo original? Or was that just a in the spirit of Slug Zoo? Either way, it's excellent. I'm just curious. I can't remember the origin of it. That came from this chat? Incredible. Incredible work. Can't remember who said it. I don't either. I just can't remember. It's so good though. Castle Briggies. Just wonderful. Excellent. Look at these poor castle briggies. So good. So good. So they're gonna try to run away. They're not gonna succeed. Not on my watch. Here we go. You know, don't you go hitting me. This poor guy is the only one left. They thought they ambushed me, you know? Yeah, that went well. I will say. And unfortunately, we're gonna have to play the inventory game. Just a smidge. Not too much. Not too much. There's some crummy, briggy weapons that we can pretty safely rid ourselves of and not feel bad at all. Cool. All right, let's level up Rashid, our greedy dastard. So we'll need to decide, do we want to make him a, unfortunately another +2 in hit points, which I don't love to see. Are we going to make another dodge fatigue neutral? If so, I think I am. Can you claim this, bro? Because he's a greedy dastard? You absolutely can't. Manifest destinies. He is dysfunctional enough. Yeah, he's definitely, he's greedy, he's a dastard, he's very confusing. Confusing and confused. But let's grab dodge. Fatigue neutral. So we'll say dodge fatigue neutral. Who knows? Who knows what will end up exactly happening here. If we grab enough points in resolve, we can avoid taking Fort Mind, and then we could take Brawny, which sneakily increases dodge value by also making the armor take up less initiative. So, yeah. Hello, Searoy 7. Let's see where this road is going. Seemingly corrupt, but has a lot of defense. Indeed. Hello, Pop Suda. Yeah, he's definitely, you know, he's greedy, he's a dastard. But he knows what he wants out of life, and that's to not get hit by things. In melee. Kind of range, but not as much. Alright, we're gonna chase down these thralls. God, all this terrain has been kind of annoying to fight in. he protected himself physically, but mentally he could not cope. Or perhaps is that he realizes that all this fighting stuff is all to serve someone else, and is a bit too wise to be someone else's master. You know? Maybe. If you were to ask me to fight in some foreign war against enemies that look like me but speak a different language, maybe they don't even look like me, they've got weird tattoos and stuff, I'd say, nah, I'm not doing that. Where's Rashid? Never, how's Rashid? But would you send them billions of dollars to fund it? Try not to. Unfortunately, some things are beyond my control. Ooh, there's a second thrall up there. Unexpected. Exclamation mark lurk? Boy, we have no such command here. The chatbot that I used, Stream Elements, or I think, is that what it is? I'm pretty sure it's Stream Elements. So I created like the custom commands, you know. There are all sorts of crazy commands that it comes with, and if I remember correctly, they were all enabled by default. So I had to go in and uncheck, like, no, I don't need a magic 8-ball. I don't need whatever other weird things there were. But all I wanted was my custom command. That's all I wanted. Oh right, he's gonna run away. Should have got melee contact with him. Exclamation mark Campbell all. Who remembers the days of bet CT all, etc. Counter-Strike. I played that game. Long, long ago. No magic 8-ball? This is like prison. I bet you could smuggle a magic 8-ball into prison. That dog did not do what I wanted it to. Don't ask how, or where. Speaking of asking how and where about things. Shoot, that guy's gonna get away, isn't he? Well, whatever. Okay, well, oh, right. The inventory game. I nearly forgot. But the game has a way of reminding you. Okay, that's good enough. These weapons are worth basically nothing. What should barbs be in Briggy vernacular? We have to be careful not to say anything that, you know. I'll just say that the sand version got a little too close to slang words for real world people. So we'll have to be careful to avoid that. I mean, northern briggies doesn't feel quite right, because they're not exactly snow briggies. I don't know. Nothing terribly incredible comes to mind. Sand briggies not allowed in this chat? I mean, it's allowed. It just... You know, there was a little period where there was a... Well, I'm not even... You know, you can... I mean, whatever. Sand briggies is fine. Just reminded of a period in my life where I had a childhood friend that I like fell out of touch with and met him after college, and it was shortly after the September 11 attacks, and he had some slang words for some people that I was like, wow, we have changed. And one of them was very close to sand briggies. So, use your imagination, I'm sure you can figure it out. And I was like, ooh. So that memory still leaves me a little bit like, I don't know. Anyway, that's where my head's at with that. Oh, they're gonna move forward in the second half of the round. You don't have to use your imagination, it's a well-known slang term. Well, it's well-known to some people. But you know, there's a lot of viewers from, I don't know, all over the world. And they may not know it. Good for them if they don't. Because it's like, there are layers to that onion. And I'm not going to get into any of them. Yeah, anyway. We'll have to come up with a different names. Why would I move there? I blocked a bro from attacking. Worked out. But yeah, Castle Briggies is definitely A+ excellence. So it's a high bar that's been set. Oh, I can't attack up there. That's okay. Kind of want that armor. So I'm gonna dagger this guy down. Sandy Saxons. Snow Briggies. I know. That's also the best I can come up with. But it's not very good. Barbrigians? There's something there that might kind of work. Barbariggies? I don't know. Barbrigians. Yeah, Barbrigians, it kind of works. Barbrigies? Barbrigians. That's hard to say, though. Barbrigians. Say it a few times and it gets a little more comfortable to say, actually. Barbrigians. All right. I think I like that, actually. I think that one works. We need to workshop it? Maybe. Broke even. Tilted stones. Snow pirates? No, we gotta keep Briggies is key. Briggies has to be a part of the name. That's the most important part. I think Barbrigians works. I feel like we need to come up with a good one for the south, though, that is not sand briggies. It's got to be something other than that. I don't know what, but not that specifically. Maybe something about their teeth? Do they have bad teeth? Are they British? Alright, let's get final overdrive in blasting position. Could put him on this high ground to be able to move him for next turn. I think that works. War crime dental work. Do they have bad teeth in the loading screens? I haven't really looked. I mean, it would make sense that it's bad. They are barbarians. Barb is already one syllable. I like Barbrigians. I think I kind of like it. It's growing on me. Okay, so let's move forward and do a good old blast on these regular briggies. Smashing two words together is usually good. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree. Agree. Source your name. True. You do have Manifest Destiny's Child. I like how, I'm pretty sure when you first, the first thing you said in chat, and someone questioned you, was like, is your name a statement about like capitalism or something? And I think your response is basically like, well, no, I just thought it was cool. I could be remembering that conversation wrong. But I couldn't figure out what your name was because, you know, brain lapse. Colonialism? I thought it was capitalism. Maybe it was colonialism. I don't remember. It's a good name, though. My alias of Slurgy was just from my, I think I've said this before, but my brother just like hitting the keys on the keyboard when we were playing Winrisk when I was like very young, like maybe even single digits age, and kept it ever since. There is a person online who took my name and made Team Fortress 2 spy videos with it. And he did an AMA, TF2 Slurgy. And someone asked where he got his name, and he admitted that he got it from me. He's like, there was some StarCraft player, and I liked his name, so I took it. Which, first of all, excuse me? You can't just do that. But I'm glad he admitted to it, I guess. I mean, there's space for more than one Slurgy, I guess. Yeah, yoink. You're just like, this could be mine. I like this. Paint set. We're gonna do something with that paint set. We're gonna put the company's insignia back on a shield. I think it's important that we do that. Your brother's gamer tag is Mr. Poop. Simple, never not funny. It's pretty good. Yeah, and at least he put the TF2 in front. Exactly. He did at least, you know. Oh no, well, and it's because I took Slurgy everywhere else, but not everywhere. There's been a few places where when I'm not the first person to make the character Slurgy somewhere, I'm like offended. Like deeply offended. I can't do that right. There we go. Paint set. Shield fixed. Anger or rage briggies. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's actually... That's true. We are getting somewhere. That's getting closer. That's much better. I like... You were the original gaming Chaucer when you took this alias in '94. There's only one other Chaucer, except for the original Jeffrey. And that was a person that wrote for alt.2600, which was a hacking magazine. Any Chaucer outside of me is just a copy. Nice, got to claim the original. In '94, no less. Damn, that must have been like on ARPANET or some shit. Right? Was public internet available in '94? Not yet, right? That wasn't until like 97, 96, at least in the US. Maybe it was earlier than that. I guess I don't know for sure. Anger +1. You like angry briggies? Anger briggies? Anger briggies is really good. I almost think it should just be Angie briggies. You know, make it a little bit insulting. Yeah, there was no World Wide Web at the time? Okay, I didn't think so. Not yet, anyway. Just mad briggies? I don't know, I think Angie. How do we feel about Angie? Like talking to them like they're children? Regular briggies, castle briggies, Angie briggies. Yeah, I think 2 syllables. 2 syllables hits harder. Man, the Chaucer is very old school. Pretty cool. The history of the internet is really fascinating. Did you think that the lighthouse was something else? We all know what the internet is for. Alright, let's give Bijante 2.0 axe mastery. We can eventually replace this mansplitter with like a heavy rusty axe, but for now, ain't nothing wrong with the mansplitter. He was there when the tomes were written. Yeah. Alright, let's get to a place where we can sell stuff. Turn some of this equipment that's burning a hole in our pocket into money. You knew it was a lighthouse, which is something you were interested in, but it was very grainy. Okay. I was gonna say, I think there's some, you know. There's room for interpretation to what a lighthouse really is, you know. Alright, so they've still got ambush trade routes, but the abducted children has gone away. This is now a pretty good sale price. It's not wildly good, it's not incredible, but we don't have anywhere else to really sell stuff unless we want to go all the way down to Himmelstadt, which like I could, but I also could not. Just sell stuff here and then go back up and terrorize these northern cities a bit more. Something with great girth and very big and hard. Exactly. Virgin porn addict versus Chad lighthouse addict. Incredible. Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and sell stuff here. I think we're just gonna sell a lot. We're gonna liquidate many things, and we're gonna like it. What do we want to make sure that we keep? So let's get this armor back over here. And I think we're just going to hang on to a variety of nimble armors. A few different types of hats at different weights. I don't think I need any more pole arms for any particular reason. I guess I could give Final Overdrive one. Maybe? I don't know. He's fine with the Noble Sword. In fact, why don't I swap these two? Alright, and then I'm gonna sell a bunch of this other stuff. Boom. Could maybe hang on to the pole hammer. It's a decent weapon. Actually, maybe I should just be using that on, let's see, this guy. The Chaucer giving some advice if we ever find ourselves to be a time traveler. Just pictures, no video. Yeah, no movies. I assume that's what you meant. Kind of like the idea of the bros just having like a proper nimble set ready to swap out. With proper fashion. Those were dark times. Yeah, and they, you know, old JPEG standards instead of, you know, the progressive scanning, so you'd get like a row of pixels and then another row of pixels and then another row of pixels. It was very exciting. Very exciting watching images load back in the day. And then new JPEG formats would come out and like they would gain increasing resolution because the images were like in little squared groups that would just get more data per, you know, grid section. Something like that is kind of how it worked. Look at all this money we've got. We've got money. Hell yeah. There's a bonk here for sale. We could maybe get that later. But for now, the card upgrade. And I think, for me, that is actually a good place for me to call it. We made some very nice progress in the run. Pretty happy with that. And it looks like our boy Brenly's playing. Go ahead and check out what he's up to. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful day or night. Ta-ta.